Okay. Good morning. Should be live here. Let me make sure we have the title category set. And we will get to work today. Just do software and game dev. That's good enough, right? That's good enough. So the plan for today, we went through pretty much all of algo yesterday. First of all, what the hell happened here? That's unbelievably sketchy. Cool. I actually think dang. Hello, welcome both. I think we can actually just start a new session here. Algo is mostly done. Constellation was relatively clean to begin with. It's all pretty much handwritten. Except for a few lines of loading at the top. Ini, maybe. Protein needs a lot of work. Puffer CPU is pretty much all handwritten. It's very nice. Puffer env is just the pufferfish. So yeah, we're pretty much just left with puffer LCU. But we're gonna do this. Read. And actually, what are you busy with? I am just starting on refactors to pufferl. This refactor.txt, by the way, I just get sick of saying the same thing every time. This is just like some basic stylistic information. Okay. Yep, this is what I wanted to do. It's just ingesting this file. Grok is the fastest model. So I use it because I don't have to sit here waiting for it to spin for half an hour. So I've already gone through this file, or most of this file, several times. Hello, Liberty. Welcome. I don't know why I'm coughing. Yeah, I don't like these macro error checks. Puffer, 3 years, maybe a little more. I'd say we have the star chart, but GitHub decided to break that recently. Star chart used to work. Have to fix it. What do we have here? Yeah, this is dumb. Hello, welcome. Okay, this is just some basics. Just some, like, little... That's just, like, some little C++ism stuff that I, missed. Make sure it's still fast. Yep, perfect. This is Pufferlib, the highest performance reinforcement learning library. I live stream most of the development on this project. Nope. If you watch what I'm doing, you will see that I'm pretty much doing, like, pretty narrowly scoped changes. I don't know, if you watch me doing my work and you watch out like someone like Yassine or whatever, or Elliot actually, as Elliot's a good example, you'll see a world of difference. Wait. Hello, Nish. Welcome. Yeah, this is clearly stupid. Like, and this is why I end up having to spend so much time going through, because no matter how careful you are, it always sneaks dumb shit into your project. Well, morning, Alok. Lots of folks here today. That's cool. To give a quick summary then for people, I don't know what's up with my restream. Hang on. I am currently going to be refactoring probably all of PuffRL today, which is our core file. It's 3,600 lines. I got through the 1,900 lines of algo yesterday. That code took me about 5 hours to go through. And I'd say I probably covered like 85, 90% of it. There's still some things in there that I'm not perfectly happy with, but they'd sort of require me to set up a bigger benchmark in order to edit them more heavily. So, overall, pretty good. I know none of this, though. Or nothing. Yeah, man, just start doing some projects with us. Like, you want to jam some really good eng and learn some low level and learn some cool AI stuff? Drop in the Discord, build some cool things. It's way more accessible than you would think. You basically only need, like, the very, very simplest bits of your very first systems course to get started. Now, obviously, the core dev I'm doing, like, there's a lot more going into that, but we have lots of people that are pretty new making environments. It's really just about getting your hands dirty and, like, learning fundamentals. And we've had lots of people that have done that and then have gone on to build rather impressive RL envs. Hello, Jess. Welcome. Do you think you're losing skills while coding like this? Um, if you say while coding like this, watch what I'm actually doing. Like, what I just did here, this was an order of 4-line change with some bullshit hooked into the build that shouldn't have existed in the first place. And you're gonna see me making a lot of, like, similar, like, 3-4 line changes like that. Let's see. Do we need env header here, or can we move it up? I think it can get moved up. not raising a niche by design. I actually end up deleting a lot of the shitty LLM comments, Jess. What? That seems... Doesn't this seem weird? Yeah, that seems weird. You adding comments. I'm usually trying to make more narrowly scoped changes anyways. You played chess with George. That's funny. So wait, does that mean that our model can beat George Hotz at chess with just RL? That's fun. It's probably about even. Lots of YouTube folks today. And block this bot. Yes, it can. It's fun. I mean, to be fair, I'm probably like off. I mean, I'm awful at chess. I don't play, so. Yeah, just give it some gross stuff. What do we think about this ini.h though? Not a big fan of the multiple includes. Not a big fan. Let's see what we got here. Type def. Float to be float. Oh. I see. Okay, so we'll think about this thing, but we should be fine for now. Let me make sure it didn't make anything slower. It shouldn't. It should be exactly the same. Oh, we're good. It did change the numerics. Oops. We'll have to double check on those, but I think we're fine for now. You see how much I care about even these little things, like why the heck do we have a couple extra macros and crap? Yes, there is, Jess. It like this is what research is though, right? It's like experimenting, trying to expose specific deficiencies in a way that we can actually model and improve. Like research is tough. Can be made like it can be made fairly simple though. Mhm. Let's do put this here. I like this more. And this we already refactored a little bit. Cast. Hang on, wait. Does precision always exist? We have prec. Ah, I see. That's fine. Little screwy here. I don't. Not too worried though. Casts are just going to be slightly obnoxious regardless, right? Rock. So, man. I answer this question so many times. It's just faster. It's not that complicated. Like, the model is just faster. That's it. It's not that deep. Why are we doing this? Like, why do we have stupid comments where they don't need to be? Used reward plus terminal cast. It's a minor optimization. Yeah, Nish. I mean, I probably, like, YouTube and Twitch both have commands for this crap, right? Do we ever use these, do we ever use the defaults on this? I will say that is sometimes, like, that is one of the things I do wish we had a lot of the time in C. But, like, you can also kind of clearly see why you wouldn't. Opinions on heuristic. What do you mean heuristic learning? Configs, more viable with self-play. That's interesting. Oh, huh. Better. I don't know why my file doesn't, like, load. Learning beyond gradients. Eh. Is this worth looking at? Oh, this is the end pool, dude. No, this is missing the case. Like, this is missing the point. You can use this for some stuff, but this is not a viable alternative. Like, yes, you can do breakout or whatever the hell. This is dumb. People keep writing like crazy shit because they don't understand that RL actually works. Excalic, what? Why the heck do we have... Where the hell did these come from? Ugh. RL works in Sim. Well, we build a lot of Sims. And we actually do transfer them. Good luck heuristic, like, good luck just like, oh, let's get the LLM to write a script to control the humanoid to do everything. Like, no. Yeah, Nish, that's retarded. Like, you simply can't do anything when the code's that slow. It's also not longer in the sense, like, Torch is 3 million lines. If anything breaks, you're just fucked. Because the source code is unreadable LLM-generated garbage. No, but the thing is, you can't. There is not a mapping from policy logic to code. There's not any reasonable mapping for that. It's fuzzy. How do you reason with knobheads? You don't, Anish. This is, one of the harder life lessons. It's not a communication failure. Like, sometimes people are just too dumb to reason with. They're fuzzy in a very specific way, E10. Like, you could very easily get yourself something where you train 100,000 parameter policy, but in order to do something roughly similar, you'd need, like, 100,000 lines of code. And then, like, let's also keep in mind that RL is most useful in spaces where intuition is really tough, where the LLMs are essentially useless because their intuitions aren't any better than yours. They're literally trained on human data. It's hard to get physics working. Try harder. What do we have here? Man, there's like all sorts of little things. I gotta stop engaging with this because we actually have hard stuff to fix today. Okay, if you want to write a direct equivalence between those two things, Ethan, you need a massive decision tree. Massive decision tree. Like, if you write that out in code, it's not like, oh, 100,000 parameter network, you can just write a 40-line program or a 400-line program. Exactly. I gotta focus on this. How many calyx do we have in here? I really don't like, I really don't like wrapping stuff like this, you know? I don't think it's worth having these wrappers. Hmm. Wait, Calic Malik Null. Okay, yeah. Training exploiters. I tried. I used the same reward function and I just trained against them directly. When you say get a different reward function, though, like you have to specify one, right? That makes sense. It was the same reward, Jess. Yeah, it just sneaks all this crap in. Of Sims for robotics for a generalist. It depends what type of robotics, man. Like the humanoid stuff, realistically, they're not going to use sim and they're not going to use heuristics. They're just going to strap a bunch of data collection stuff to people and then pay them until they get a lot of data. Maybe doing a little bit of stuff in sim. It's totally feasible, though, to build like a really good like 60OF or 40OF ARM simulator for industrial applications. Dolphin demo on both C and CUDA. What happened to the guy that had like that had the whole port? Oh, it is a realec. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. It's actually a rather nice Still using dolphin. I thought it was totally different. You can't create an N for cleaning a house. You can't create heuristics for cleaning a house either, so it's moot. And actually, yes, you can. I think there are much, much better things you could do. And the whole, like, humanoid robotic housekeeper thing is mostly just retarded anyways. So, I don't know. You're comparing, like, dumb approaches to a dumb problem. Like, there's not a single layer of that whole thing that makes any sense. I thought you could create a generalist humanoid. You can create a you can create a humanoid sim that's reasonable, yes. Um, you can create an environment that they can wander around in, yes. Like, coming up with tasks, like, just whatever possible task. I mean, you could possibly do it. It would be very expensive. And the thing is, it's just a place where, like, you can probably do some of the work in Sim, but then you just go grab human data. Like, just go collect a bunch of human data, and it's very easy to do that. For RL. That's the thing, you don't need to train a Roomba. It's a super simple thing. Like, you're missing the point, right? Sim gives you infinite data for stuff that you've programmed in, yes. Which is why, you can bootstrap with it for sure. I really don't even think humanoid robotics matters that much long term. I'm gonna go out on a limb. You might see a bunch of them because it's the fad thing, and like companies think it's like a great way to make a bunch of money and it's the future or whatever. But eventually, I think that you're gonna just get a bunch like of much simpler, specialized robots that can be designed for a specific application very cheaply and efficiently, and that can do the same task dramatically faster. Can't Sims with LLMs or something? Because the LLMs are shit, and the sim has to not suck. It's very simple. Adds all sorts of dumb comments, man. The activations are big though. Well, we're kind of not really using PPO as is. Like, we've made some improvements to it. If you just, like, implement the PPO papers it's written, you will not get the same results as you get in Pufferlib. It's pretty close, though, I'll say that. What about activations? Hmm. It's interesting. I'm not sure about the activations, honestly. Because, like, let me see what the code looks like here. A humanoid can build another humanoid very slowly. And probably with a human teleoperating it. Because you do not have the software to let a humanoid build another humanoid anyways. It's just stupid, like, it's really just stupid if you start thinking about it more deeply. Like, the thing is, it's way easier to just build the specialist robots, like, see the commonalities, see the repeatable patterns, and start automating that. Rather than, first, we shall solve the world. And then, having solved the world, we shall solve many simple problems efficiently somehow. Where the heck do we have activations registered, man? You know, we do actually. Nope, it's worth using this. Yeah, it's worth using this because it's a tensor. Hmm. Robocode, what branch most stable, testable with the new bots? Definitely 4 definitely has it, and I think 5C is probably good as well. Most stable's probably 4. Isn't that what I did, or did I merge Robo Self Play? I actually double checked that, Spencer. If Robo Self Play got merged into 4, then you can just use 4. Otherwise, you gotta still grab Robo Self Play, and then you can grab 5 whenever. Yeah, it's not an exponential E10. They just lie about that shit. Hey, Ethan, I got a formula for you that you'll really like. It's E equals MC squared plus AI. Like, this is not serious, dude. Yeah, it looks good. Robocode exists. Then grab the Robo Self Play branch for now, Spencer. And any idea that if you think something works, I can pretty easily port stuff onto 5C. I'm almost done with it. Like, we are now at well, we're still at the top of it. I did the whole algo file yesterday. Like, there's still some small things I want to update, but it's good enough to ship if I had to ship it. Um, and today I'm hoping to get through as much of Pufferell as I can. Maybe all of it, since I've already done a lot of work on it. Okay, good. Mm-hmm. Yeah, self-play stuff kind of hard. Good. This is Grok on the right. Okay, so the robot currently can't make another robot, so it takes an unlimited number of years. The robot also running it for a year, even if you did, costs more than it would take to hire a person to build a robot. So it's completely fucking stupid. Like, please, like, literally just like write down the full stuff that you're saying and like read through it, and you will see it makes absolutely no sense. Is it running? No, it's literally it's Grok running with Grok's CLI. That's it. There's nothing fancy here. Yeah, yeah. And again, it's really it's like it's not that deep. It's just the model is faster. I actually do recommend this though if you're doing like most of your own dev and just need like little bits of stuff here and there, because it's much faster. Again, that's not how it works. Let me see. Slots, layers hidden. I see, yes. I see. That's good. This is one of those rare cases where I really don't like aligning equal signs typically, but this is one of those rare cases where like you're kind of trolling if you don't. Style guide be damned. Right? It's just so much easier to see. Time major tensor. It's only used here. I think that we're down to 390 is like I think I'm happy with all of this so far. Yeah, I'm happy with all this. That's not bad. 10% done. Almost. Yeah, 10%. Okay. Okay, so now we are to Vec end. That's nice. Um, GPU log is weird. Yeah, so that's going to be the next thing I think to clean up is going to be this GPU log path thing. We'll take a quick look at it. I'm using the restroom though. I will be back in a couple minutes. Start Puffer on GitHub if you haven't already. I will be right back and we will continue cleaning this up. Okay. Back. We are on to Vekanv. This definitely needs a cleanup. This is kind of just like a whatever thing. This is like, I do this type of thing when I know, okay, yeah, the current code in this section's kind of crap. Let's just see if there's anything. If it finds anything, I go from there. If not, I do it manually. Oh, it's absolutely worth it to have, I think it's absolutely worth it to have your own GPU. So right now, I've been doing all my work this summer SSH'd into my single GPU box. It's definitely worth it to at least have an SSH box. The exact thing that you want to buy is a 16 core AMD chip, 9950X, a 5090, and you make sure that the box has Noctua fans. That is my recommendation if you want like a top end workstation. Whether it's worth it to you financially is another thing. But for me, absolutely. AMD GPUs? No, I said AMD CPU, 16 core AMD CPU, 5090 GPU. Do not buy Intel. DGX Spark, overpriced. Just get yourself a 5090. Be way faster. Now, of course, right, this is if you're a researcher doing serious research and you should have a workstation. If you're just doing some hobby stuff once in a while, yeah, you can rent. For me, absolutely worth. I do not recommend having your workstation be the one that's physically plugged in to be like, well, okay, if you can only have one, then yes. But I think it's so much better having like a workstation box and an SSH box. The workstation box should also have a GPU. It doesn't necessarily have to have a super fast one though. Oh yeah, Noctua fans for sure. I have a whole bunch of machines that fucking rattle because they have cheap fans. Get Noctuas. If you don't have the money, then just rent off a Vast. You're fine. You can play with that for sure. Long term, unless you're like absolute science type and don't do any engineering, I do not suggest working out of Jupyter notebooks. They kind of suck. That said, Alec Radford kind of did that. So if you're Alec Radford, by all means, do whatever you want. He was there when I was at OpenAI. Like, man, Alec was just great. He was just an overall swell guy. Still a beginner. Yeah, I'd say if you're a beginner, just rent something off of Vast and, look around for hardware deals online. And if you see something that's like at a hefty discount that looks like it would be good, go for it. I don't recommend the Intel chips, and I don't recommend cheap fans. Publishing a paper is kind of more of like a gambling goal than anything else. Like, some absolute, like, a lot of the papers that get published, if not most of them these days, are just awful. They're not even correct. So, I mean, they're two different things, right? They're two different goals. One is like, how do I do good research? And the other is, how do I publish a paper? You should view these two things as completely separate, having almost no overlap in your mind. 6,000? No. It's not at all. 5090s is, you want a 5090. You can benchmark it yourself. Just rent them. Like 8X 5090 off of Vast is still the best thing. See, it's not even about the cost efficiency badge. It's about, like, one, the P core E core split being a pain in the ass, and two, about them having shipped 2 consecutive generations of chips that just fried. That cost me like tens of thousands of dollars in lost, like, or in hardware damage, basically, and maintenance time. 4090 is totally fine. I have lots of 4090s. 4090s are totally fine. If you have extra to throw around, 5090 is a nice upgrade, at least for some workloads. Yeah, no, Intel's awful. I bought Intel chips almost exclusively for a decade, and they shipped me 2 consecutive gens of bad chips. I think I got like 4 bad chips in a batch of 10, at least. And then, like, they got more bad chips. It was awful. Absolutely fuck that company. And of course, they'll only replace the chips. They won't, like, replace your now questionable motherboard or your whole system that's now, like, attached in with, everything's on the motherboard for their stupid chip. When at this point, you just want to have the whole system rebuilt on AMD. Yeah, no, that was awful. secret. The top conferences aren't any better. Take it from somebody who knows. All right, come on. We got to get a little bit of work done here. This refactor's got to get done. It's really easy to do real work. You just sit down and try to do real work. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, that specifically, Ethan, doing that and getting you caught will actually get you expelled from your university if you're a student. Mhm. In a just world, that would also get you sent straight to the mines, but we can discuss that another time. Mhm. And by mines, we mean data labeling role. Shane Longpree from Stanford. Is this somebody I'm supposed to know personally? I don't think I knew a Shane. Yeah, just so I actually got affiliate on Twitch. I set it I can set it to only 30 seconds of ads per hour, which is what I was going to do. However, if I do that, then it will show pre-roll ads, which is even worse. So if I set 3 minutes of ads per hour is the lowest number I can set it to, um, without triggering pre-roll ads. Data labeling is kind of like the meme thing, where like a lot of meta people that were doing research got moved to data labeling. Yep. Technically, I think I can probably just gift a few common people subs, and then that should disable it. Twitch doesn't force pre-roll ads. Well, you should not get pre-roll ads on my channel, because if you're an affiliate and you have at least an affiliate and you have your ads set up to run at least 3 minutes an hour, it disables pre-roll ads completely. You can actually make it 30 seconds of ads per hour, but then they just hit everybody with pre-roll ads. So basically, like, nobody actually goes to the channel because everybody clicks off stupid ad. I'm letting this do an initial thing just because I know that this has sort of become a mess, as long as it's a net line of code cut, and then we're going to go through from there. I'm actually looking here to make sure that this is not editing anything high up, like below line 400-ish. Because I want the head of the file to be considered good. If you're watching small streamers that don't have affiliate, it might work different. Like, it might be different. Oh, also, large streamers, like, they have the ability to trigger... Like, you can set it up to always have pre-roll ads. Like, you can crank the ads up on your channel to get a bigger revenue share. Like, that is a thing you can do. Let's see what we have here. Yes, I started in NLP. I did, like, very small but soda language modeling back before transformers were a thing. And then I did some work in Vision for about a year, and then I moved to RL. In fact, we used something from my NLP work in the new architecture for Puffer 4. This is my first paper. This is from NIPS 2017. It's not a great paper. It's just like slamming two existing approaches together and doing some analysis. It's not a bad first paper though. It's got simple little math, simple little architecture stuff. Um, but I actually remembered how well highway connections worked over layer norm, and this actually was the main thing that made the puffer for architecture work. So there you go. The first RL research I ever did was in Feifei's lab as an intern when I was in high school. World labs look cool. I don't know whether I don't know whether the like train agents in world model thing makes any sense, frankly. I think they're probably useful for other things. Um, no, Jess. So the new architecture was not slamming two things together. So slamming two things together is like, this is soda, this other thing is soda. What if we do them both? The new architecture was like, okay, here's something that's pretty hardware aware. Like this should be able to be about the same perf but faster, except that it needs layer norm. Here's this other thing that I know is a good replacement for layer norm in the setting where you need something that is hardware efficient at small model size. Like that was a much more natural fit and required much more insight about the details of both approaches rather than just pick the top two things and try them both at the same time. You see? Approaches. I read some Spark, but like most papers, I don't trust as far as I can throw them. Actually, I can throw them pretty far. I don't trust as far as I can like flick them with one finger. Most papers are wrong. Actually, that was one of the cool things was because I did the research, I remembered that the thing actually worked. Now, whether or not the thing was like, there were probably some other things around that you could have tuned to be like slightly soda over my thing. That wasn't the point. I remembered specifically, right, that you could replace layer norm with highway connections. That was the cool thing. That's actually a project I've been wanting to do for a while, Jazz. You could probably I just need to get like a graph of memory bandwidth versus flops versus parameters for a few different architectures. But it's not about beating GPT, right? It's like, hey, at small model size, the ratio of flops to mem usage is totally off, right? And it's like very, very poorly, like the architectures are very poorly constructed for our hardware. It is sort of weird like it is, right? And then the thing is, if you're training against a world model and that world model's not updating, you're basically just training an agent to poke like to make Swiss cheese out of your world model. So it's very iffy. I think world model stuff is cool. It's very awesome. Like, I just don't. It's weird for RL, though. We still have macro conditional crap here. Yeah. See, it's even iffy for planning, though, because the world model objective is much harder than the policy objective. So, like, you're learning a really hard thing to help you learn the easy thing better. Like, it's just a mess. I know. I'm mostly, in my case, I'm just betting on us building some pretty damn good sims. Do. Oh, you can reward hack the crap out of reward models. Like, literally, the original world models paper is just like, hey, look how well these agents hack the crap out of our world models, right? Like, oh, we're gonna get a projectile? Let's just dodge in a way that makes the projectile disappear. Solve reward hacking using crypto. There's no way, my guy. There's no way. Reward hacking is... The thing is that reward hacking... It's a discrepancy in specification. It's not like a bug per se. It's like you thought that you gave one set of instructions, but actually, you know, the thing that you had in mind to satisfy those, there was another way to do it that was better, according to the metric you defined. YouTube delayed by 10 seconds. Twitch was pretty good on latency when I checked yesterday. I don't know if they like they improve it once you get affiliate. Apparently I'd like qualified by a factor of 5 or 10. And I just never set it up. I did that yesterday, so hopefully Twitch is better. I don't know. I was hoping to stir more shit up with this. But, evidently not. Welcome, Arch. How long into the project? This project? 3 years? The last update alone, I haven't been as consistent streaming for this update, but the last update, I think I streamed, was it like 900 hours or something? Like, we literally have an article on this. If you check the articles, it's literally just a collage. Like, this is just a collage of all the streams. 900 plus hours live streamed over 8 months. Just for the 3.0 to 4.0 version. I mean, this one was nuts, though. That was like... I'm very proud of that one, but that one, like, burnt me out for a month. I think I spent the next week after the release just getting, like, 399s in RuneScape. Just, like, click, click. Me not want to do things. Click, click. I mean, we have professional work around Puffer, right? So there's stuff around Puffer, but this is the core thing that makes everything run. I like this if and def crap. Okay. Fine, let's say that we're allowed to do this. It took a while. Like, it took a while to ramp back up. I still would not, I'm not working on this anywhere near as much as in 4.0. It's good progress, though, nonetheless. I mean, 4.0 was really a unique sort of a time where it really just was, like, 1,000 small incremental things to, like, slowly take Torch and transform it into Puffer. Okay, we'll come back to this thing, but, like, let's go look at where we're using stuff. Well, I'm obviously gonna finish the this is what I do with my life, man. Like, the goal is to fix RL. Like, RL is going to just be stable, mature tech in about the next year, and Pufferlib is going to be the reason why it is. It's very close. It's actually very close. Okay, this is crap. Okay, here's our VEC logic. And what are we doing with this? Buffer GPU. Okay, so we have a GPU reduce. Yeah. Okay. I honestly think sample efficiency is mostly a meme. I mean, do you care? Look, we can do this now. Boom. That's how long it takes to train breakout. What changed to get it from 4? Asynchronous training, GPU env, and some kernel improvements. We're not doing all GPU envs or anything, don't worry. Like, it's still going to be nice and easy to write CPU envs. We're not even going to try to do primarily GPU envs. We just added it as a feature, and I figured, like, haha, let's just use this to solve breakout in under a second. That'd be funny. Okay, this is... Yeah, this is a disaster here, right? Like... disastrous. Yeah, so we have fixed that. Is this all CPU? No, dude, this is ridiculous. Okay, let's actually figure out what the fuck, because I'm not just gonna keep saying, like, make this less shit. So we have a basic log reduced kernel. GPU M's are not good for complex environments. They're good for environments with, like, heavy physics and stuff. They're actually very bad for branchy environments. Info setup. Yeah, we're duplicating mem copies. Those 3 minutes to the thing's an hour. Lowest I can set it without getting pre-rolls. Um, RSI is actually a really interesting topic, though not remotely in the way it's being considered at the moment. I mean, it's more in my mind like, why do we keep getting these log linear curves with respect to any metric that we measure and compute? You know, why can't we get like nice cohesive ends where there's kind of a baseline set of skills that you learn, and then those let you get like linear perf from there? It's kind of tough because a lot of the ends, like places where perf sort of bottlenecks out, it's because there's this thing that you need in intuition that you can't develop just learning inside of that env. Mm-hmm. This is still considered like dicking around territory. How much code are we at? 6. Okay, that's fine. Double check. Let me order something real quick. Order a cable. Okay. You switch it back. Oh, one other thing I gotta take care of real quick. Okay, let's see. So, sketchy, though. Okay. Yeah, so it's obviously it's going to be the VEC API because it's GPU, right? Okay, we lose a little bit of profiling on GPU. Model M split. This only deletes 25 lines and it drops our profiling. Stupid thing. Only, okay, that restores a little bit. Take a look. So, this is forward. Then we have cutting it down and just like less jank overall, man. We need a way to not have this in macros at all. Let me use the restroom real quick, and I'm gonna think about this. If we can just not have this shit macroed at all, it would make it much easier. I hate macro conditionals so much. I'll be right back. Double check one other small thing here. You just keep getting messages up on the side. All right, cool. So, yeah, the issue is we have such a mess. It just doesn't come up with this stuff on its own, is the funny thing. Superhuman programming my ass. Let's see how this goes code-wise. I think this should work. This should work. It's a little bit tricky. So to explain what I'm trying to do here, we added GPU-M support. Because we're gonna need that in the future anyways, and it would be a cool demo. But I sort of just like didn't really care about the details, and now we have two completely different vectorization paths for CPU and GPU, where we have a ton of logic duplicated that doesn't need to be, and it's really bloating the code and making it a mess. So, it just has to actually be designed correctly now as well. And evidently the models are not smart enough to do that on their own. So I have to do it for them. Oh, I didn't know she was a co-founder. No, that's nuts. Yeah, that's nuts. Like going to back to OpenAI a week later, that's nuts. I don't think that you understand that most of the people doing this already have more money than they can spend. Like, uh-oh. Wait, no, it just added this. Fuck. Let me see. Shared log. Okay. Damn it. Favorite Alec Radford story? I didn't know him super well personally. I spoke with him a few times. It was very funny. He would like just he was not a very good programmer. He was a really smart guy. He just wasn't like a very good engineer. So he had a really funny way of mitigating that. He just wouldn't let his code bases grow for very long. Like whenever he started a new project, he'd just throw away all of his code and just start from scratch. Which, like, honestly, that's a really effective way to mitigate the amount of damage you can do in to a code base. The other thing, like, I remember he actually was a pretty good speaker, but like he gave actually a very good, like, well-spoken presentation about some of his thoughts he was and some of the stuff he was working on, but he gave it like pacing back and forth looking directly at the ground. He was just a really funny guy, like really smart guy, just nice guy as well. Just had like all sorts of tendencies and things he would do. He also told us that like he there was one time he had like a desktop, but he didn't have a laptop, and he was at like his own startup, and he would just like disassemble his desktop, put all the parts in a small bag so that they'd fit nicely, and then like build the desktop in 5 minutes when he got to the office, and then take it all apart at the end of the day and bring it back. Stuff like that. Holy crap, this thing is shit. Oh my god. I mean, it's not like it wasn't like you talk to him and go like, "Oh yeah, this is definitely the smartest dude at the company," or anything. It was just like, "Yeah, he's a smart guy, really nice guy, he's working on some cool stuff. Could work out." It turns out it worked out very well. I don't fucking know, man. caught that. Yeah, these language models are useful tools, but they're kind of retarded. Which is why it's like when you see like the discussion on how we're gonna regulate the god we've made on Twitter, and then you go use the tools and they're completely retarded. It's like, fuck you, lying pieces of shit. You know? You're a bunch of companies, you want to make money, you want to drum up a bunch of bullshit so you can reg capture yourself a bunch of money, and you know it. Shut up and make your token cruncher. Well, Altman, you can tell he's lying when his lips are moving. Funny thing is, I actually don't think Dario is lying. I think he's just convinced himself of his own, like, crazy bullshit. Demis, I'll listen to. Demis is chill. Demis, I will listen to. Demis actually does stuff. Okay, here we go. So, wait, hang on. Am I dumb here? When the hell did this become a thing? Yeah, I honestly don't know what to think of that crit because it's like you see all the stuff on X and then you go and use the tools and they just like fail basic ass GPU programming. I like Ray though. Rayson? Like Raylib? Raylib's awesome. What's that have to do with anything? Dereference on host. Great, compacting, lovely. Why grok? Because it's faster. Much faster. Use the restroom while this compacts real quick. We just have to figure out. Usually the thing is that there's some legitimate thing that it's stuck on, but then the thing is just buried in a bunch of, like, obvious other things that need to be fixed. I'll fix it. Okay, let's see what this is. Okay, so yes, I know this, dumbass. Yeah. Yeah, Jess, I'm trying to figure something else out. Okay. Yes, exactly what I thought. So this means that this thing is fucking retarded. Stupid ass LLMs, man. Rookie programmer at best. How the hell does it take me 20 minutes to get it to be able to do this? Both arms still. Exactly. Okay, good. One thirty. Yeah, exactly. It's 3 minutes. Was it not like that before, guys? Wasn't that what it was like yesterday, or no? I mean, you can watch it on X if you don't mind the latency, obviously. YouTube, if you like, YouTube and Twitch both have like the premium subs that disable ads. So like, watch it wherever you don't get ads. I have ad block. Yeah. Okay. So annoying, let me tell you. Like what? Uh-oh. Wait, what? Is this go- Oh, fuck off. Fuck off, Financial Times. Jurgen. I think it is probably just going to isomorphic. Hopefully we can get this without messing it up here. Okay, this is fucking dumb, but whatever. We'll go through these. Look at this Kamehameha right here. If we can at least just get rid of the macro conditionals, I can work with that. No macro. Okay. $10 mil SPS? Wait, what? No, we're still good here. Right? Yeah, we're still good. Okay, about the same length. Do you need this to be... This I can deal with. Let's figure out what's messed with. And okay, this is still where it should be. You see the amount of stuff though that goes into this? Okay. We'll deal with this conditional later. That one's much easier. This is actually better than before, though. Where is this defined? Okay. That's not bad. The same line count, roughly. Okay, I swear if I see a macro conditional in here, I'm gonna flip. Good. Okay, cool. Noob question. Puffer refer to something specific. Pufferlib. We have puffer.ai right here. I have all sorts of demos. We build ultra high performance reinforcement learning. Runs in your browser, trains locally on one GPU. Oftentimes in seconds. Took me like an hour to get this thing to like remove basic macros. I had to explain how compiler works to LLM. It has read the entire compiler source in training. Lovely. I should probably set the title. What do I have it set to? RL. I'll set to RL dev. That's fine. Didn't really do a good job with this demo. So fun. Okay. Fine. Nice. That's actually pretty good. So, you see how that just worked? Okay, so let's sort of explain just what happened. So we had some utterly stupid macro conditional stuff where we were like compile time trying to have two different code paths in the same file. That was ridiculous. It took a little restructuring to eliminate those that, for whatever reason, Grok could not figure out. So I had to go through and just like, precisely outline, okay, this move, this gets like unified here, and then this can be removed because even though this is not valid at runtime, this is valid at compile time, and that's all you need, blah, blah, blah. And then the idea was that as soon as we had this not too horrendously separate compile time paths, there would be some obvious cuts, which lo and behold, there are. Right? What do we have? Loop is not reachable. Oops. Ah, okay. We will have to, that's not actually a problem. We'll think about what we do about that warning, though. Nice. What did this buy us? Oh, look at this. Look at that. We're under 2.5k now. So from my efforts today, we actually were able to cut like 180 lines. No, yeah, 180? Yeah, it's like 180 lines of code. That's awesome. Hell yeah, man. Oh, wait, no, I'm a dumbass. I accidentally deleted half of it. We cut 80 lines of code. Bah. We still cut 80 lines. It's not 180 lines. We'll get there. Maybe. Combo, puts the other in permastun. There, those aren't supposed to exist in the game. We cut a few lines here. Why the hell are you doing this? Stupid, man. I've read chunks of it. It's so dumb. So much LARPing, man. Okay. Under 3.6K. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that like most of the actual stalls, even frame perfect ones, like those are out of the game because pro players can actually do that. The only one I know is like the Ice Climbers one, but then Ice Climbers are just banned as a character. There might be some others. At Ryan in the Discord if you want to know if one exists. Ryan is really good at that game. All right. We'll leave these for now. We'll save some lines on stupid comments, I'm sure. We go past this. Didn't we actually deal with... No, we didn't. Okay, this is actually... This was like part of the stuff from yesterday. It's fine. This is actually just cool. We're good here. Only thing I see is this spacing. Okay. And now... The hell happened to our shared kernel? Huh? Do you play video games? I don't know. Does this count? Pretty much always have RuneScape on the side monitor. I've played lots of stuff. By far, RuneScape's the game I just keep coming back to, though. There we are. Much better. I don't know why these things are just not smart. What is it about? My guy, it's RuneScape. It's like one of the best known games. It's possibly out there. What's it about? It's about everything. Super long form game. How long have I been live here? 3 hours 40? I have another 2-ish hours to do this. The refactor streams are somewhat tiring, I will say. It's a little bit surprising how much so. How do you focus with RuneScape to the side? Because look what I'm doing. Like, it's like multiple minutes between clicking anything. And then it's basically the same loop every time. Your brain very quickly automates that to the point that I don't even realize I'm clicking the thing in between doing stuff. Do you fall behind if no. It's not like a you fall behind thing. It's mostly just like it's a really long form progression game. Like, you get a fraction of a single level in one skill if you leave it up to the side all day. And, like, click it every so often. I don't know, it's very unique. It's like at the same time, whoops. At the same time, it's not like an idle game where there's not actually gameplay and you just like are. It's actually there's lots of very active content as well. It's like I said, it's what's it about? It's about everything. At least in the terms of the gameplay loop. It has some of the least and most engaging gameplay in the same game. That's why it's cool. Also, it's an awesome end for RL. Check out Valo in the Discord. He has some awesome RL ends that are ported from RuneScape code. Okay. Speaking of a fraction of a level per day, here's the fraction of the level. Today happens to be a day where you get a new one. There you go. Only 25 hours until the next one. Yeah. I mean, do you not expect the guy that kind of just like grinds the RL stuff for years to also not have like very long form other stuff going on? It's kind of the vibe, you know. And that's only part of the game is the funny part. Like there's also very very active engaging portions as well. A lot of worthwhile things in life are just really long form grinds. Getting in really good physical shape is the same thing, which is why there's a surprising number of really jacked powerlifters that play RuneScape. funny enough. My own numbers are kind of meh at the moment. This is a big summer cut, so I'm getting very lean, and then we'll get back to heavier stuff in the winter. I know before summer I could bench 2 plates for 10, and now I'm doing like 195 for 10. But I'm also like at least 10 pounds lighter. Yeah, this is fine. Ooh. That's fine. I do wonder if this is the best reduction to be using. This is where I just need to set some time aside to learn more CUDA. I understand what this is doing, but I don't understand um like perf wise, right? Other deterministic reductions and where one would likely be better. I'll take minus 14 lines. Nice. It's very funny to me that it just doesn't catch this stuff at all. Nice. Very, very nice, right? Very, very nice. 11 more lines cut. And that's a good primitive to have as well. If I publish this today, there's sections of it I'd be pretty disappointed with. Yeah, Jess. I haven't really looked at the protein code at all. I think I'm like at an 8.5 out of 10 happy with the Algo CU code quality. And then we're probably at like a 7 across this whole file, but that's because like portions are 9 and portions are like 4. And also like the final polish is not done either, right? Okay. We need to get rid of the Vecchinet conditional. We'll come back to that though. It's much better for sure. This jank here is from self-play. I'm gonna do this thing when I go back to self-play, robocode, and all that, because I don't want to screw with it otherwise. So if we're just considering... Yeah, they've reduced... Okay, this is better. Yeah, I think, you know, it's really... This is not that bad, except for the bank stuff, which is self-play. I think we're okay here. Device, okay. This needs use the restroom real quick again. Oh, yeah. Okay, we're good. Exactly. Yeah. We're good. We're all the way down to Vector and main. What's this? This is fucking funny. Alright, that's good. One good piece of content. Slowly we're getting there. You know, the code slowly improving. Okay. We probably have to do a naming pass at some point, but we're getting better here. Wait, are we just... Hang on. Buff. How many uses do we have? 3. What? Worker state. This should be better, right? Slightly better, maybe? Yeah, that's good. This is fine, I'd say. Starting to get tired. Comic Seek cast. Really not that bad. Jesus, this is only a third of the way through the file, though. Holy. I think that we go up to here. That might be too heavy-handed. But I think that those looked fine to me. Yeah, this is like pretty conservative. I think this is fine. This is really cool. The thing is, this is still not going to be bought for at home. This will be bought by clinics. Yeah, this is fair. This to me is like way more exciting than humanoid robots ever will be. Yeah. Pretty funny. The heck is this? The heck? Weird. Yeah, because there's a lot of RL robotic stuff. I am interested in stuff like that, though. It's like the put humanoids everywhere that's not as interesting to me. Like, specialized, like, super high efficiency, task specific robots, those are actually pretty awesome. And then it's more about, like, how do you get the process of designing, training, and obviously mass producing? How do you make that as efficient as possible? It's just a little bit overzealous, right? No, it's worth me actually looking. Okay, just to make sure we don't like overdo the renames, you know? Nice. Yeah, this is much better. Yeah. I was worried like some of this was just way too long. It's like, do I really need to split lines? Like, no, we just had to do the names. Puffer fish ocean. Yup. Yes, exactly. You found the motif. What cued you in? The giant cyan pufferfish floating above me? Perhaps? Yeah. So for folks watching, anybody who's gotten here recently, this is the essentially the full core infrastructure of Pufferlib. It's this one file, just under 3,600 lines now. And in my mind, like, if this code isn't good, then what are we building, right? It's worth just really agonizing over a lot of things. Now, it's tough because some things just have to be complicated for perf, but we try to minimize as much as we can. For instance, crazy things like this, where you can't just issue copy instructions normally. Like, yeah, literally, you do actually bottleneck on this for small networks if you don't write a custom kernel for almost everything. I could arguably probably get almost the same perf for like 1 million parameter plus models with like maybe 1,000 fewer lines of code. But the thing is, you can solve real problems with well under 1 million parameters. And also for research, you also definitely need models that are smaller than that. Well, that's mostly where my mind is at while I'm looking at this. I'm like a little bit wary of, like, here, for instance, something like this. We could attempt to validate and see maybe there is a simpler way to do this, but I kind of want to wait until I do a like a big perf joint perf cleanup thing, because you really want to have some nice performance benchmarks before you start messing with this. And I have some, but not enough that I just want to start messing with core too much. Took a long time to get to where we are already. Stuff to clean up. I do have to go through this in more detail, fortunately. Well, this one we've already gone through, okay? We can't jump ahead a couple lines. It's fine. That's kind of okay. It's really not. Okay. Too much, man. Lots of work, just unify crap. Pretty irritating. Definitely pretty irritating. I don't actually know if that's better. Better. Yeah, this is better. Okay, so now we're actually, I think we actually can afford to be down to here now. First third of it. Why the hell should you need a D-type correct? What in the hell? Oh, I refuse to believe that you need this. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. Rock's decent. It's fast. Well, faster than other stuff. Yeah, this thing doesn't matter. We're not keeping this crap. Okay, it's fine. Stupid thing, man. Why would you just copy it by default? One way to do it. Oh, okay, that's fine. That's legacy then. Let's go to... God damn, man. Ugh. That's dumb. Get rid of that. I was like, is this a dumb C++ism? Yup, of course it is. How do I know? Because it's always, every single time I see some dumb shit, it's like always C++. Like, inventing a problem and, like, And Jupyter notebooks. You don't have a full programming environment, man. Like, you're there typing little snippets of code into a cell. So, like, that's if you want to do science, then sure. If you want to do science that happens to involve a little bit of code, then like sure. But the thing with research is sometimes research requires you to do a lot of engineering. Oftentimes it requires a lot of engineering, and a Jupyter notebook is an awful environment for that. Double is legitimate. We need double on CS research. If you don't want to be doing engineering, sure. If you care at all about doing any here, it's not even if you care about engineering. It's if you care about things that require good engineering, then you don't you don't work in a Jupyter notebook. Mm. Mm-hmm. That's a major bug. Oops. Jupyter Notebook is the production system. That's insane. Just because, like, the way that people do something is retarded doesn't mean that you should do something in a way that is retarded. Sure, like, people were using SB3 in production as well to train it 300 steps per second. That doesn't make it smart, and that doesn't mean it's a good idea to spend your time doing that. A lot of people get paid a lot of money to do very stupid things. Yes, so if you want to just be doing science, and you're not an engineer, and you have no interest in doing engineering, and, like, then sure, go ahead. But then I question why you're watching my channel, because this is pretty engineering heavy research. Arguably the most engineering heavy research in the entire damn field, since literally nobody else has bothered to build a system this high performance in RL. Hey Phoenix, welcome. I need some work. What? Who is this? Yeah, the Grok CLI is very nice. Um, I'm using it because it is significantly faster than the other models, and I'm making pretty small edits. I'm trying to see if I like this or not. Wait, what? Hang on, this is weird, isn't it? Do we even support this? Do we support this on comms? I genuinely don't think we do we? We have a Dota enthusiast. Do you recognize? Does this map look familiar to you at all? Oops. Does our agent get stuck? I think it's, yeah, there you go. This doesn't look like, we updated the model. This looks like a super old model. We fixed it so they don't get stuck on stuff. Nice. It's free if you have 800 gigs of VRAM is, that's a take. OpenAI 5 is, in my mind, still the best paper in the field. How much compute does it need to recreate OpenAI 5? I honestly, with source code access or not, it really depends on how the game is implemented and how fast you could get it to run headless. I don't know if they had full source access. Probably, but maybe not. I actually never asked that. It would depend on how, like, if we could prune anything that's only used for graphics, like, could we get it to be reasonably fast, right? It's fine. Um, what the hell? We'll leave these for now. We're gonna have to come up with better names. No, you can scale the crap out of RL. It's it's just more complicated and problem specific. And while it's going to be incredibly important, like it's not as obvious to just like, oh yeah, we're gonna make coding models and make a money printing machine. So that even didn't really work. It was more like we're gonna go get ludicrous amounts of money and then make a machine that eats money and prints some money and hopefully prints more money than it eats. I don't know. The stuff we can do with traditional RL is much cooler to me. And we're also going to be able to do it on our own terms without stupid amounts of compute. We need stupid amounts of data, but the cool thing is we can kind of just simulate that. So pretty nice. Stronghold Crusader Puffer End. There can be many Puffer M's. T0 through T4. Great. Fun. I had to order dinner in a second. Disillusioned with ML Academia. Oh yeah, it's a mess. You're only now figuring that one out? Better late than never, I suppose. Also, I owe Muffin a code review. Likely tomorrow. Auto research submitting 20 pages. Yeah, it's stupid. It's very stupid. But the thing is, like, you can kind of just ignore that crap and find people doing stuff that you care about. I mean, take a look at what's going on with Puffer. I saw a post on Twitter like, hey, every single review in my batch that I had as the meta reviewer was like much worse than just a thorough chat GPT review would have been. It's like, so we should replace the reviewers with chat GPT. It's like, at that point, no, you should just delete the fucking review process because it's dead. Right? I think that's at least a decently thorough. What the fuck? It's net negative, but also keep in mind, like, we don't care about the breakout diffs, so this is actually minus 100. Okay. Hmm. Jesus, this is literally only halfway through the file. I don't think that people understand, like, how much code 1,500 lines can be. Like, you can do absolutely nothing in 1,500 lines, but, like, dense code, 1,500 lines does a lot of stuff. I mean, it's kind of like saying how much can you possibly communicate, right, in was 1,500 lines. So 50 lines a page, should we say? So 30 pages. How much can you possibly communicate in, like, a lot, right? It's a bad analogy. You get the point, though. No, 1,500 lines can take a year to write, depending on what it is. Like, you can generate 1,500 lines of garbage very quickly, but that doesn't fucking matter. You still cannot generate 1,500 lines of concise, efficient code in a complex domain in an hour or really any amount of time with these stupid models. Ah, in this case, I'd say that without the self-play and without all the model saving and stuff, the whole infrastructure setup of Puffer's about 1,500 lines. So, like, coup de graft, asynchronous, rollout, asynchronous environment and inference, async training, um, all the static memory, like everything being static memory, fully reproducible. It's a lot of infrastructure. You can build a web app in like 200 lines. We just deploy our C directly to the web. It's great. Like all of Pufferlib, all like our entire core, like everything here except the M's is going to be around 10k lines. You really can do a lot with that. Oh shoot, I forgot. Hang on. I forgot to order. I forgot to order dinner. Do that real quick. I got distracted. Okay. I will be very happy if I don't ever have to write any significant amount of Python again. Such a fucking trash language. I don't really want to be splitting this here, do I? Hmm. Nah, it's just the names, I think. It's like the names are too long. How much more code's there in this function? Oh yeah, this is a big one. The big function. Yeah, you need exactly. It's like simpler in theory until you try to make anything fast at all, and then you're just fucked. And you come up with like entire new architectures to work around Python being slow because you can't write a for loop. Yeah, I got rid of all the macro branching crap, at least for the GPU paths. We still have a little bit of env side stuff, but not bad. Ah, basic. No. Go away, Windows. Stupid. Nice. Just got full game bots on what? Oh, right. That's good. I don't know. I'm forgetting shit. Okay, cool. Yeah, exactly. Hello, Arch. This definitely needs a little bit more work. this whole setup function. Yes, you sweep rewards. That's standard. You just define a few things that you think are reasonable, and then you throw them in as coefficients. Though, honestly, for Smash Bros, you should be able to just do, like, win. It's a short enough task. I do this. Better. What do you mean? Reward struct? I mean, damage is the obvious one. Besides a lot of this crap. Got some lines. You can just clang format shit, but I always find you just get a better result if you just do like rough perceptive grouping of shit. This is all frozen banks. I'm definitely gonna start getting to the point very quickly here though where this is no longer productive. I mean, I'm basically just linting, as you can see. So I think this is a good place to stop for now. Yeah, I think this is a good place to stop. Just shy of 3,600 lines with having added quite a bit more spacing. I'd say we got about half of Puffer done. About halfway done. Okay. We only ended up cutting a very small amount of code, but I think that there's a fair bit of cleanup. Also, we're going to get some of this back in just spacing soon. 10K is still a realistic target from here. We haven't even touched protein at all. There definitely cuts in there. Okay. I'm happy with this for now. It's progress, you know. It's gonna be. We knew it was gonna be about a week of work. I did 2 days of it. I'm about what 40% done. We're on pace. Um, Thank you to everybody who's tuned in today for the 6 hours of refactoring stream. It's gonna be like this for a little bit. Always happens like this when we're doing lots of engine whatnot. There will hopefully be some more research time and such soon. Sorry, the puffer. Yes, indeed. GitHub, it's on GitHub. It's also just at puffer.ai. So thank you all very much.